I love doing like 10 hertz at 100% modulation and not worrying about a mod transformer. It's so cool. Yeah, and then there's the hand wave in front of the microphone. Cool.
Why start now?
RGM. Okay, 3 RGM.
Which?
What?
Yeah, go ahead, RGM.
Yeah, the KA3 RGM handle here is Joe. I'm in South Central PA.
Is that Kilo Alpha 3 Radio Golf Mexico?
QSL.
Okay, because over here, you're sounding a little bit like this.
Okay, just a second. What frequency on 3885?
It's probably my hearing that's doing it, but this is Brett, N2DTS, and I got a bunch of other people, Clark, and Alpha was in there, I thought, and Billy, and Perry, and who knows.
Who? And what LF?
Yeah, what's your QTH?
There he is. Hey, Alf. I'm in Voorhees, New Jersey, southern New Jersey, not too far from Philadelphia. Running 300 watts homebrew transmitter into a fan, an 80 meter dipole for about 45 feet. Listen to you on a homebrew receiver and looking at you on a Flex 5000.
Whoa, good lord, sorry about that. I think your name's Joe. I think that's what you said. My name's Perry. W3MMR over here in Chester, Pennsylvania, southeast corner of the state here. Running a SDR, Apache Labs Anon, Henry, 3KD amplifier, homebrew balanced L network tuner, and a 600 ohm ladder line, 80 meter doublet up 60 feet or so. What's going on, Rob? Rob's in here, and there's, I think if you've been listening, there's Billy and W2BTK, Clark M1BCG, and a whole host of others. This is W3MMR.
Hello, everyone. N1 yep. Lower Park, Fairfield County, Greenwich, Connecticut, running a 1962 Saab with an overhead antenna there, and nothing else but a balanced dipole.
I'm operating a Kenwood 440S, pushing about $100 into a inverted 80 meter antenna.
Well, it's working here. You're about 20 over S9 here right outside of Philadelphia, so you're making a trip here.
Yeah, you guys are definitely flogging the 9 on my meter.
Yeah, I guess yeah, I'm doing about legal limit. I guess I should probably back it down a little bit.
Yep, I was just...
Could be that something.
Looking at a beam and just one...
Yeah, real good. What's going on, Rob? Rob, what rig are you on? All right.
Somebody picked up on it. No, 1962 Saab with an overhead antenna. No, I'm on the K7DYY, the same thing Brett was just talking about.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear what you said, your little joke there, my bad.
Yeah, I heard the sob thing, and I'm thinking, like, what's he talking about?
Yeah, Rob's a little too quick-witted for us sometimes.
I said that yesterday to somebody on the radio. Man, that sounded pretty good for 62 there. What else are you, what's your audio chain? And I'm like going to the guy and goes, did he not catch on?
Sob story, huh?
Exactly. We used to race those up at our farm there, up on the reservoir and on the ice back in the days when everything used to freeze.
Remember those days?
So it was, pretty hot here today.
I was already cut the lawn. I cut it Friday, the small stuff. Then I cut it Sunday. My grandchildren were over, they ran the road with me on the tractor. I looked at yesterday, and the stuff I cut Friday was growing already, and I looked today, and the stuff that I cut Sunday is growing already.
Yeah, somebody on my live stream just said I might be getting RF into my stream. Yay. I don't know.
I hate that when you pull over the side of the road and you get RF in your stream.
Well, it'll happen when it rains out. Like, every time I key up, my stream will drop out, but it doesn't seem to be dropping out right now, so I don't know.
Yeah, I wanted to do the green screen Sunday, but the boys came down in the door, so we got preoccupied, so we'll hook up someday. And I know you're off tomorrow, but that's your sleep day.
Yeah, but no, just if you get up early, message me when you get up.
When I get up, you'll be going to bed. Well, I got to cut the big part of the lawn. I got to go to Home Depot there and grab a couple of things there. So let me see what the schedule is. If you're not, like I said, we'll do it. It's not a priority thing. And hello, neighbor. And hello, everybody down the band. It's splattering there like bacon in the pan.
QSO on 3890, but I don't see anything below.
Yeah, I know Bob's down there. I don't know. I forget who else is down there. Let me get trying to see something real quick. Sorry. Let me for dead air. Seems okay right now. Oh yeah, I can see RF definitely getting into the video. That's for sure. I do see that. Yeah. Almost looks like cable TV RF.
I wonder if Joe N1VIV got his Yaesu fixed.
Who?
Joe N1VIV, who runs the AM carrier, and Sunday mornings he was having problems with his relay or something on his. I think he's got what, an FT 1000 Mark 5 or whatever.
Oh yeah, he was having that relay chattering issue.
Better that than teeth chattering. N1 BCG, good evening.
W2BTK.
So what's better, an FT 1000 Mark 5 or an FT 5000 Mark 1?
W3 MMR.
Well, the 5000, it's more. They had a display issue of the 5000s that were crapping out on them. I have the FT 2000D. It's the 200 watt version. I think the 5000 only came in the 200 watt version. The only problem that the 2000 had was RF getting into the second receiver there. I mean, you had to be a football field away from each one there, and Clark came up with it. They had to put a diode in there and stuff like that. And I forget what year Yaesu finally straightened it out.
What was the one that had 400 watts? That would be a 100-watt carrier. That's like a DX100.
That was the FT9000. That was a big contest radio. That was a DX radio.
I thought, 400 watts. I thought that was kind of cool idea.
Yeah, so was the price tag. I forget what that was. I think that still was like 15 grand at that time.
Great Zorks for a ham rig.
There's like which is the one that's like the special limited edition one? It's like 20 grand.
Yeah, I know there was some that was like 20 grand, and then, and then they're talking about like the 4 500-foot towers and all that. I mean, people got money to spend on this stuff.
Yeah, but all they did was they were contesters. They only got out contesters. That's the only thing. And I've seen them over in Brazil, these huge towers on with turntables and stuff. But that's all these guys did. But you gotta look at it this way. That was their hobby. Look at a guy that's got a $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 boat that he takes out 3 times a month.
Yeah, guys do that with Harleys too. Spend a ton of money on it. You only take it out a couple times a year.
Well, that happens when you get married.
Yeah, we get a lot of people at work, guys that are into classic cars, and especially over the years, man, people spend stupid money on car stuff. And like pales in comparison, like what we do here pales in comparison to what people spend on cars.
I work with a guy who's kind of into that, but he's real smart about it. He knows what everything is worth, and he gets it under the price. He does the work on it, then he sells it for something else. He makes a nice profit and does the same thing over again. He's not losing money on it, that's for sure. And he gets to fool around with a lot of really cool cars, and him and his son work on them. And it seems like if you got the facilities and all, it's a pretty good hobby.
Well, this is our hobby, so we could spend a good kind of money on it. Same thing I with a motorcycle, classic cars, a boat, whatever. It's a hobby. So I don't doubt any of those guys that they spend that kind of money. That's what they enjoy.
Yeah, hookies and blow ain't cheap either.
N4 RMT. N4 RMT. I'm not sure his name. Let me put that in there. He's in my live stream. He's getting his Super Senior, his K7 DIY on Friday. He's hoping to join us here soon.
What flight
I'm jumping on that bandwagon, I think.
It's I guess if you look at it, from that far, let's say extreme, where it's got these damn SDRs, it's not, quite as quote-unquote high-tech as an SDR, still just a transmitter, for 160 or 80 and 40.
Yeah, but it's so small. And then you get a little SDR receiver, and then you got like a killer shot.
And you can get the AirSpy HF cluster for $200, and you're done.
There's Philip.
Oh yeah, I hear that freaking loser Phil out there. God, what a loser that guy is.
Well, at least I'm not work.
Anyway, hey, am I strapping this guy or what?
No.
No?
Nutcase headed out your way, huh?
miss my clunks, man. I hear him going off in the other room, but nobody gets to hear him anymore.
Yeah, no more clunks.
So, Billy, how do you control everything from the living room? What facilities do you have? Like, how do you look at the meters? How do you tune? Because you're, like, you know, how do you manipulate the apparatus remotely?
Well, I had to run a bunch of control lines over here to the living room. We've got several pieces of coax that take care of the scope pattern, the metering, switching. I mean, I had to run like a lot of stuff out to the living room. I remoted my receiver, my entire audio rack, my modulator, well, half of my modulator. What else? The metering, I think I said that. And that's about it. But, you know, just a couple audio lines, a couple lines for control, and a couple pieces of coax for receiver and metering, and then that's just about it. You know, I was having a problem with the low-level audio signal going back to the modulators, so I decided to get rid of it. I moved the actual modulator into the living room, you know, the Crown audio amplifier that I'm using to externally modulate this Johnson Viking 2. The same modulator that I use on my homebrew 810 rig that I built, push-pull 810s. And I'm sending it back to the transmitter room at high level, so there's just it's not as susceptible to picking up crap. But that's basically it. And I got on before, I was having had some RF in the audio, and it ended up being the line from my microphone to, you know, my processing rack. So I shortened up the balance line going from the mic to that and added some ferrite, and we're good to go. Now I just got some hums and buzzes and crap to deal with, but that's basically it. I set up my Lazy Boy recliner. I've got my standing desk. It's like a motorized desk, so I hit a button and it shoots up to standing height. And when I want to sit down, I hit another button and it comes down to my height, and it's nice, man. Yeah, you can sort of check it out on my live stream. I'm on Twitch right now. The URL's all screwed up because I misspelled the word amateur, but what is it? Twitch.tv/amateur radio, but amateur spelled wrong. It's spelled AMATUER. So yeah, you can see the remote position that I'm working. But yeah, I've got all the transmitters and crap gone. They're in the mechanical room, man, and I'm out here in my living room living it up. W2BTK, a young man doing AM radio, 34 years old, with homebrew stuff and antennas and all this crap. Very, very interesting stuff. That's probably the kind of guy you would want to kick off of all your forums.
What a weirdo.
Alright guys, I gotta run. My sister's down the street trying to move a bunch of crap at my mother's apparently, and just called me and asked if I can come help. So I gotta run down there. I'll catch you guys later. It's been fun, but I gotta run. W3MMR 73.
See you later, Perry.
Later, but it's not too late there. 73, that would go one. Actually, you wake me up in the morning with your chime there, your military net that you're on.
Yeah, I've been sleeping in, man, so I'll get a hold of you tomorrow. 73 guys, Brad, it's good hearing you too, man. And get on more often. W3MMR.
Hey, how's your dad doing, by the way?
Oh, he's doing great. You know, still being my dad.
Good to hear. Okay.
Yeah, he still gets on every day. He's on every morning. I talk to him on here every morning. He's been doing a lot more early morning operating. I don't think getting on in the afternoons really anymore. Alright, I'm out. 7-3.
See ya.
I want to know where Clark went.
And going through emails. N1 BCG, good evening.
So what's that on your tripod in the driveway?
I can't discuss that.
Alright, we'll talk about it later. We'll go under the cone of silence.
Be very, very quiet. Shh.
Somebody has a leaky tire.
I found that always to be the best policy. Yeah, Rob, I'm surprised the fire department didn't show up over the weekend. The whole yard was filled with plumes of blue smoke and easily seen from the road.
Why? What did you light off?
I was getting that engine running. I think I put in a lower ratio of fuel and oil.
Bad mix, huh? A little too rich. I saw that in there. I said, oh, good. Because so Linda said Clark got the washing machine up and running again there. So, yeah, no, come on. I would have heard the call. I would have been going up there or calling you. What's going on? Actually, you wouldn't have been answering the phone. You would have been probably stomping and rolling there and stuff like that and going for the garden hose. Did I give you a fire? I got another fire extinguisher here. I'll give you another one.
Oh, great. Great. Yeah, you're the second person to talk about fire extinguishers with my messing with that engine. Hey, 1954. I'm so amazed. So amazed that it runs. And it was frozen, too. And considering what it took to get it unstuck, it was bad. I'm so thrilled that it runs. Now I'm trying to think like what the next step is. Well, yeah, the next step is putting it on the back of a skiff and giving it a real marine test. But I'm just sort of mulling in the victory of it. I love that. Thing's 10 years older than I am. It's amazing.
Now wait a minute. What are you talking about? What kind of motor? What kind of motor is it? Because my brother-in-law and nephew are into that stuff, and they have like motors that are from lifeboats, from Liberty ships that was made in like the 40s, that they kind of rebuild and stuff, and they're into that old marine stuff. So a motor from 1954.
Right. Years ago, quite a number. I think it had to have been more than 10. Easily more than, like 15 years ago. I was at a scrap metal yard, and sorry about that. And I saw this antique outboard engine, literally sitting on top of a pile of like sheet metal and other stuff, like not on display, but just like a pile of it, like a crane was going to come by and scoop it up. And I asked the guys at the yard about it, and they said, yeah, it's, we're going to melt it down for the aluminum. I'm like, oh my God. I ended up buying it for like $25. Well, I didn't do anything with it for a while because it was frozen. I'm like, oh God, who's got time for this? This will be a fun someday project. Someday was 12 years later this past fall. Anyway, it's a, sorry for the big lead-in, but anyway, that just sort of paints the picture of how did we get here. It's a 1954 Elgin, E-L-G-I-N, 2 horsepower motor, air-cooled, obviously one cylinder. And it was sold by Sears. There's a lot of pictures of that type of engine online. But anyway, Yeah, so I got a lot of parts replaced on it back in the fall. I got it unstuck. Oh, and Rob, you'll appreciate this. Lots of soaking with the liquid wrench. That took days. It was actually more challenging than the Valiant. And took more pounding on the cylinder also than, because the Valiant doesn't have cylinders. But anyway, got it unstuck in the fall, got it new magnetos, cleaned the points, got a new spark plug, got a bunch of new stuff for it, and then so this past weekend, I decided to mix some gas. 16 to 1 is what it takes, fuel to TC rated oil, and fire it up. And sure enough, it ran. I'll bet that's the first time that engine has run in probably a couple of decades. That's how incredible it is. No on PCG.
Was that Evinrude? It looked Evinrude blue.
Elgin green. It's light green and dark green. I think those are the colors Elgin used.
Yeah, I still wish I had my father's Johnson motor there. It was red there. It was in the 60s there. In A1 condition, he got it from a guy, and we don't know what happened to it up the barn, up the farm there. When my mother passed away, it mysteriously disappeared there. So yeah, I like those old classic motors, and they're worth a lot of money in good condition. They're still well sought after, so that's good. And well, I don't think people will be too so too happy if you drop that in the frog pond.
Sorry, was that Brett?
No, but that's pretty cool. There's like my brother-in-law and nephew are into that. They have a whole collection of like really old outboards. Those things are pretty cool. Like they have some that are the carburetor, the float bowl is a cork, you know, and the choke is like you push the cork down.
That's what Jim UQM DHU said. Was it last night or recently? He was talking about something just like that. The cork, the float in this carburetor is a aluminum shaped donut. It's literally this tiny. It's about 1.5 inches round, and it's an aluminum. It's metal aluminum donut. And it's on a hinge so it can move. But yeah, it took a while to get the engine running, and I think part of the reason is that I put too little fuel in it, meaning that there wasn't enough pressure because the tank is over the carburetor, and there wasn't enough fuel in the tank to push down to sufficiently fill the carburetor. Because when I ended up putting more fuel in it, I put in like a cup. And I first started with half a cup of fuel, and then some of it stayed in the tank, some of it went down into the carburetor, and then there's a glass bowl underneath. I really like that feature. I don't know why more engines don't have that. A little half glass bowl at the bottom that you can take out, and you can see the gas in there. So anything, particles or junk, water, anything that's heavier than fuel, like dirt, will settle in the bottom of this glass bowl in the bottom of the carburetor, and you can see it. So if it ever gets all dirtied up, which I saw, you can turn the fuel valve off and then take that out and clean it. So it's a really neat motor. And I just got, like I said, I got to get it on the back of a small skiff and give it a try. Yes, in the frog pond, Rob. N1 BCG.
Old stuff was so cool. They have a big collection of all kinds of cool old stuff. Like they have an early motor, electric motor, that was designed to go on a sewing machine. Before sewing machines had motors, you had the pedals that you had to do. And this motor was made by the Edison Electric Manufacturing Company in New Jersey, and it had an adjustable speed thing, and it had these balls that the faster they spun out, you know, it would slow it down. It was like the coolest thing, and they just don't make stuff like that anymore. Those glass sediment bowls for the fuel, all kinds of cool stuff you don't see anymore. It was amazing how they made some stuff work with such simplicity and ease of service.
Do I have it?
You're breaking his talk anyway. Clark will hear you. You plug the hell out of Clark's ears.
Yeah, I can't help it.
I can talk into a dummy load. He hears me. Hello, Billy. I grew up on those tractors, international tractors, all the way back into the 20s. And
Can you hear me?
International Scout too, 1972, best truck I ever owned. And we went up to our farm, and my truck was starting to sputter a little bit. So I looked up in the glass bowl, and I know it's a little foggy there, and a little debris in there. So went to my uncle. I says, is Napa still open down in the town, which was like 15, 20 miles away? He says, no, they already closed. He says, they closed when the post office closed, because the post office was in the back and the auto parts was in the front. He says, why? He says, the filter's crapping out on my Scout. He goes, we'll go over to the C tractor, the International C model. I go, why? He says, I just put a new one in there. That same filter that went in our farm tractor fit in the International Scout too.
And there you have it.
Clark, someday I want to have enough signal to get over Rob into your receiver. What would I have to do that?
Step one, be unreasonable.
Well, what kind of signal does Rob have at your receiver?
Plenty. You don't need to get over Rob. You just need to sound good.
I want to try though. See, like Dave down in South Jersey, he's got his neighbor Mikey, and Mikey, you know, he puts 50, 60 dB onto Dave. But I was able, because he's like down the street, but I was able to beat his signal a couple of times when conditions were just right. I'd like to attempt that with you.
Well, knock yourself out. I don't think it's necessary, but, you know, if you're looking for stuff to do, then there's a project.
Well, how many dB down from Rob am I right now?
I don't know. I can measure it, but I've got the RF gain set so that everyone is coming in fine business. You know, I mean, I think that these S meters have ruined people. There are some folks, it's rare though, but some folks who will make a comment, well, I don't have an S meter on this radio, but I hear you fine. You know what? There you go. There is raw, basic, down-to-earth, grassroots kind of hamming there, because you don't need a signal strength meter. Just like as basic as this engine is, that was restored. No frills. And yet there's something delightful about its simplicity. Same thing should apply to ham radio.
I like the magic iTube signal strength indicator.
I have right here, I'm looking at it now, a Grundig from 1950, almost the same year, 53 I think, 1 year older than the engine, which has, and I've never seen this on any other receiver, but it's got a clover leaf. So it's an octal tube where the top faces towards the glass, the dial plate. So the top of the tube is got a round screen, and on the screen it displays four. When there's no signal, it looks like a 4-blade aircraft propeller, very thin. And then as the signal strength increases, all four of them become wider till they eventually fill the whole top area of the tube. Well, as the signal's increasing in strength, it looks like this 4-leaf clover. It's amazing. The tube on this radio, that radio was restored about 8 years ago, and I had to get a new one of those tubes. $80. Yep, $80 to get a new one. And but you know, you figure how often you replace something like this. And the radio was from my parents' wedding gift. Someone gave them that radio when they got married, so it's kind of like that sentimental reason. So what's $80, right? N1 BCG.
That's a nice radio. I seen that. Billy Clark is right. I got guys always, what's my signal report? I'm never looking at the meter. Like I said, if I can hear you, you're sounding good. If you're distorted, I'll tell you.
I like to be a little more scientific than that. It's just my nature.
Oh,
Clark,
Billy, you're
talking about
10 dB more than
the
Clark.
oil there, that is.
Poor Rob. Perry was, you probably were stronger than Perry too, but not by a whole lot. 40 over on the, I guess it's a calibrated meter on the Flex 5000. Really strong signal.
Yeah, you're close. You and Perry are pretty close. I don't know. The thing about it is my antenna sucks. I gotta make it a lot better. But I'm kind of waiting, because if I do that, people might get pissed off.
But then you ruin it by being like off frequency by, I don't know, 500 hertz down or something. So when you do a double, it's like a heterodyne.
Yeah, I like that though. I didn't start off this far up frequency. I just got drifty tube crap over here. I had to walk into the other room. I could touch it up.
He needs suspenders.
You get a real long chain and put it a sprocket on the knob so you can remote that.
Yeah, I thought about remoting the Viking into here, but that would have required like crazy amounts of stuff, you know, so I just left it in the other room. I gotta get my ass up when I want to change frequencies.
Stepper motor on the VFO knob.
Now, you know how I felt before they had remote control at my parents' house. Get up and change the channel.
Remember that? My parents used to yell at me so much because we would grab that knob and go, "Wah, wah," like, you know, like especially like the UHF. You had to go from 17 to like 48. You'd be going, "Wah, wah, wah," and they would say, no, turn it easy.
Yep.
I mean, Rob really thinks I'm like some piece of crap whippersnapper. I remember that. We had a tube TV when in 1989 or whatever. No, who won?
You did.
I had to see this scope. Oh no, I have plenty of modulation. Wow, that must be loud.
Yeah, you won, but it was like.
Basically, come on. This is ridiculous. If you're heard, you're heard.
Well, let me go see if I get on frequency.
I remember the analog tuners, and then they came out with a remote, and it was actually a motor that turned your tuning thing. And I think it had wire. I think the earliest ones, the remote had wires.
I saw a remote on an old Buzzard TV. This thing had to have been from the early 60s, or maybe it was even the late 50s. And the remote had some kind of, like when you press the buttons, it would ring like a a tuning fork, like miniature tuning forks in there, or miniature audio tuned circuits, but they were mechanical. And the TV would be listening for those sounds, so you'd press like the volume up or volume down buttons, and the TV could tell the difference between those two tones, and it would remotely control it with a motor. That was just bizarre, but I remember that vividly. We didn't have it, but I remember seeing that TV at someone else's house.
I remember that.
I should be a little closer now. It's not perfect, but it's closer than it was. God, I just opened the door of that room, and it is so noisy in there. When I walk in there, I can't hear you guys, and it's like 90 degrees.
Well, at least it wasn't filled with flames.
True, true. At least it wasn't filled with smoke. I don't want to expand. Hey, Bobby!
Hey, Billy, what you doing down there?
Oh, you know.
Oh, I didn't get to check out the stream today with the new setup. I had to do a double take to change the channel name on me. A little too generic.
Yeah, and I misspelled amateur. Dude, I'm wondering what the hell is going on, because I'm streaming right now, and, like, nobody is watching. Usually, like, when I've streamed for this long, like, over an hour, I'd have about 10 people in here. I think there might be, like, one person watching. I don't know what the hell happened.
Spell check is forcing them to a different channel.
I get a notification, and I normally get notifications from you. Like, I can't always be there for the whole stream, but I'll usually check it out. And if I'm busy, I only look at it for a minute or two. If I'm not busy, I'll leave it going. But I do not get any notifications from you that you're streaming, and that may be your problem.
Man, I'm sure it is. I don't know what the hell that's about, because all I did was change my name. I gotta look into this further. This sucks.
I was watching for a while. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go bring it up and take a look. But yeah, I definitely did not get a notification from you.
Yeah, that's BS, man.
An outrage.
Yeah, well, the signal's so strapping, you would think you would, you'd get a notification.
Oh, now he's going to get an angry Twitch.
Twitch is, I'm going to make up my mind about Twitch soon. If they can help me, because I rebranded my stream, right? I misspelled something. So if they're going to punish me by making me wait 60 days, I gotta go stream somewhere else, like I can't do it. So hopefully, like, they're pretty cool about it, and they'll help me, fix my typo, and I can just get the ball rolling again, because I put a lot of work into this crap. I got almost 80 followers. I reached affiliate level on Twitch, so it's monetized now. That's not easy to do, and like, what the hell, man? Like, if I'm gonna have to start over on Twitch, I'm not gonna do it on Twitch. You know what I mean?
You'll show them.
I'm not gonna show them, but I mean, it's just like, hey, look, they don't really, and I can't say this yet, but if they refuse to help me, then they don't have my back. But I'm not jumping to conclusions, because they could very well straighten all this crap out for me. And my other computer, the fans are ramping up to like turbo.
Hey, Billy. Oh, he's off the chair. He can't answer.
No, I think maybe there's RF involved, and I don't know what the hell is going on with this computer, man.
Well, I checked out your feed, and it's definitely less lag, and picture's a lot clearer. But I did go into the app, and you do show up there that you're streaming. I usually always get a notification on my phone.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
When I transmit, I take out my upload. Not my download, but my upload goes away.
Are you uploading RF?
I was told that, like, when you're downloading, you know, stuff is coming in, it's coming in like 100 megahertz or some other frequency, and then when you're sending stuff out on the cable system, that's a lot slower, and they do like 5 megahertz or something, but, I mean, it's 5 megabits or something, but I don't know. When I do a speed test and I transmit, the upload goes away totally, and the download still works mostly until the whole thing craps out.
You know, my SDR computer's freaking out, man.
Again, 1XBM 1312 is listening to myself on the full screen. Okay, here we go.
I hope this computer doesn't die. PJ Pants. My CPU cooler fan is spinning the wrong way on this Dell. What the hell? I'm gonna have to restart this SDR computer. Jeez. And you know, now everybody starts watching. There's 6 people in here and starting to have problems. The way of the world. W2BTK.
So Bill, let me get this straight. You're saying your fan changed from suck to blow?
Jesus, did you? It's making like loud squealing noises too. This is crazy.
I heard that.
Dude, it scared me the first time I heard it. I was like, what the hell is that? But the CPU cooler fan is definitely spinning the wrong way on this stupid Dell. I don't know what to do. I might have to restart the computer, in which case, Jesus Christ, everybody who finally just came in here is probably going to leave, but my God, hold on, let me try this.
Maybe you got the Australian version of the Dell.
But anyway. Well, it's been fun. Good evening, gentlemen. I'm going to bail out. Got other things to do, so nice working, you guys. 73 to Clark, 73 to Bill and Alf, and Joe, I guess it is, and Philip was floating around, and but anyway, 73's guys, NTDTS listening out.
Have a good night, Brett. I hear you fine.
Yeah, I was monitoring the Twitch feed to copy all of Billy's fan woes. I can't hear that thing. It is squealing.
Well, probably the reason you moved into the other room.
It's very fireside-esque with the fireplace behind it. All I need is a little fire going in the background.
See that? He can sit there by the fireplace with a cigar hanging out of his mouth and a glass of bourbon in one hand and just make comments about ham radio on his Twitch feed. Now that would be entertaining.
Oh yeah, he's got the fireplace behind him. All I need is a smoking jacket. Waiting in heaven. Like American people. Today I want to talk to you about downward extremes.
Yes, my fellow American ham radio operators. How is his CPU fan turning the wrong way?
I don't think very good. It's spinning backwards. It sounds like a cat stuck in it.
Is it mounted upside down?
I don't know what's going on with it. He said it was spinning backwards, but it's also like that. It's terrible.
How's it going?
I don't think those little fans are capable of turning backwards for very long at all, just because of the way the brushes are. So he looks at it carefully. You should see, like, all the mounting stuff is how to describe it. The motor itself is mounted on the bottom, so the only thing he'd see on the top there is the hub and the blades. You know, if he sees like a label and stuff, then that's the part that's supposed to be down.
And we have Clark.
Yes.
Sorry, I double-clicked on my pedal. Shorted things out. Remember the problem we were having with the Valiant, putting that liquid wrench in there? Well, I got a couple of those little fine needle nose applicators coming.
For what? For liquid wrench or for anything?
Anything. I use them on my liquid cement there for acrylics and some other oiling applications.
Well, that's good. That's handy. Although the liquid wrench, as applied, seemed to work fine business because the knobs are still in good shape to this day.
Yeah, I wish we recorded that. It was fun there. But yeah, I was going crazy because I had one from the plastic company I worked for, Modern Plastics, and I had it still, and I don't know where I placed it. Watch, you know, the other ones will come and then I'll find it. But I needed it for something to do work on it. But that was funny. All of a sudden we fired it up in a puff of smoke. It was the oil.
By the way, I've got tons of spade lugs. If you ever need any, just send me a note. Because I only needed... Do you remember when I was asking about that? I needed like 10 small ones. Well, I ended up getting a bag of, I think there were 100. So I've got more spade locks than I'll ever need.
Oh, jeez. Last Sunday we were up at Home Depot there, and Glenville Hardware's closed for good now. My friend Gino and Gina moved their print shop in the full facility there. So I happened to be up at Home Depot, and I got, I think, they were like $2 and change for 10 of them, so I bought 30 of them. I saw them on Amazon, but the problem with Amazon now, everything is taking so long. I got 2 other products coming, and it's going to take over a week and a half to get here because they're having issues with the COVID virus, people getting sick. You can't even talk to their support there on the phone. It's all chat there and email. But yeah, all right, thanks. I think I got like, how many I got now? I think I got like 30 or so. Those are the 14 gauge that we had to put on the back of the audio processor, right?
I don't remember. What happened to Glen? Yeah, I saw there was no Glenville Hardware. Where did they go?
They're gone. They weren't doing enough business. Nobody was going there enough. And I used them only so I didn't have to go to Home Depot. And, you know, there's certain things that they didn't carry, but I needed some more stainless steel bolts and nuts there for a project here, and they were gone. And I don't like Home Depot. I got to bring a magnet with me because some of the stuff that they say is stainless steel for, stainless steel, and it's not. And I need stuff that's not going to rust, so I got to bring a magnet with me tomorrow.
Yeah, that's because people go in there and then they pick stuff up and put them down in the wrong bins. So yes, you do need to check all that stuff.
Yeah, they should put their nuts back where they found them.
Exactly. Speaking of which, Bob is still on frequency?
Go ahead.
Uh-oh. Starting to fall victim to propagation, I hear.
Oh no, am I fading into the ether?
You're hanging in there, but you were stronger before.
Oh, man. 600 watts in the Viking 2. Cutting them up in these conditions.
You're 10 over to here, and that's the first time I looked at a meter.
You got to do that RF workout.
You know, I was listening to Tech Trot earlier this evening, and he was talking about a Johnson 600, and he says it puts out 500 watts, and I said to myself, why do they call it the Johnson 600? Why don't they call it the Johnson 500?
Do you know that has an electric shaver in it?
It's derated for efficiency.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, that might work out. 600 watts in, 500 watts out.
Yeah, I was just cracking up. I had one of those weird thoughts, and he goes, he said it was 600 and goes 500 watts, and I go, huh. Why don't they call it like the Johnson 500? It'd make more sense, but maybe like Clark said, derated for efficiency, for his or her comfort.
That's a Junkskin 600.
Yes, that's right. I gotta refer to it as the Junkston 600. That's right.
Nice to have this new dummy load there, Clark. Clark, not heating up the deep fry oil anymore.
Well, how long are you keyed up into your dummy load?
Yeah, I was doing some testing and some, with it there. So, but not a heck of a long time. But this is a lot nicer. And I did a measurement on mine, and it was 1.24.
What's 1.24?
I was checking the resistance on my Cantena.
What? It's 1.24 ohms?
Yeah, that's what it came out to. The bird was 1.0.
I'm not understanding what you're saying. What is that, ohms?
Yeah, ohms. I put a meter on there. And the Cantena was way off.
Well, the Cantena just has to be 50 ohms on to RF frequencies. I doubt that it's a wire-wound resistor, but I don't see where you're getting 1.24 ohms, though.
Well, I put it on the positive in the PL SO239 there, and on the ground there, and that's what it came up with.
Well, I thought there was some kind of carbon resistor type thing inside there that with heat fins on it. I don't know. I haven't seen the inside of a Cantena in a long time.
No, I think it's a coil resistor in there. Excuse me, 51.3 there was on the bird. Excuse me. Wrong figures on there. So I've been waiting to get one of these for a long time.
All right. Well, you guys are certainly entertaining, so it's my loss that I have to step out. But coming up on 10 o'clock, I got to pack it in. I don't know why. I'm incredibly tired today. So 7-3, have a great evening. Catch you later, and one PCG.
Yeah, likewise. I was doing lawn all day today there and working on other stuff and the day before that, so I'm trying to social distance more from her because the less I'm near her, the less things she comes up with me to do. I can't wait till she goes back to work. Well, excuse me. So, anyway, we're going to watch reruns on Johnny Carson. So, 7-3s, everyone. Bob, 7-3s. Sounding good here into 1 mile from Clark. Enjoy the rest of the evening. And when they left.
Yeah, 7-3. I got to pack it in soon, too. It's about my bedtime. Sorry, Clark. I couldn't be more entertaining.
55 ohms. 55 ohms.
That's it. My mistake. It's late. I got lawn dust in my brain.
I don't know. I get the Meritron version of that Cantena. Mine's 55 ohms. I don't know. I thought it was a carborundum, set of carborundum non-inductive resistors, but I don't know what's in it anyway.
Well, when I was keying up it, I would get a 1.240 SWRs into it. But when I put a meter on it, it was higher there, so much higher. The bird dummy load was a lot more accurate. I think it was 51.3 there on there. So, all right, guys, we getting itchy eyes. We got to wash it down with a beer. 7-3s and 1 off.
continues.
No, go ahead, you take it.
I appreciate it. I didn't know if you guys were done or not. I just caught the tail end of the conversation. NHUPC over here in Roseville, Michigan.
And N1ALF in Greenwich, Connecticut. First name is Rob, Radio Oscar Bravo, better known as Alf, N1ALF.
Roger on that, Rob. We've talked many times. Sounded good. You guys getting the same static up there that I'm getting over here?
Yeah, you got a little noise in there with you with the static crashes.
Oh, well, summer's coming. With it comes the static, eh? It's built in.
Yeah, very good. All right, we were just pulling out of here, so we're going to pull back and watch some reruns of the old Johnny Carson show there, and then hit the hay. We got a lot of work to do tomorrow, so it's good hearing you. 7-3s. Be good, be safe, wash your hands.
We're good. You take care. 7-3s to you. NHUPC, sitting there listening.
So I fixed my computer. Where'd everybody go?
I think they all ran away.
Dude, that was the most screwed up thing ever. The CPU cooler, the fan on my CPU cooler on my SDR receiver rig died. It was making like loud squealing noises. The computer was locking up and overheating. I ran in the other room, got a new fan, replaced it, and hopefully this thing holds together and doesn't run too hot, because the CPU cooler fan is lifted off the CPU heatsink about like 1/4 of an inch or maybe 3/8 of an inch. It's not ideal, but it seems to be holding together. Wow, what an ordeal. W2 BTK computer repair stream.
Real good. You better get that straightened out or else the processor is going to go to heaven. NHUPC.
Yeah, it's like an old Core i7 slow-ass 20-something. It's not a very hip processor. I think I got this machine off eBay for about $80 with no hard drive. I just threw a hard drive in it. It doesn't sound like the fans are turboing up too much, but I'm sure they will in a minute. Maybe I can build myself like a little shroud for this thing. But, ugh. I got this station back on the air. That's remarkable.
Yeah. Well, I ain't got no computers on this station. Definitely not. NC303 and a Johnson 500. It's pretty archaic.
Yeah, you're doing it right. I love my SDR receiver. It's the best. Got a lot of firepower. You can notch people out, this and that. But I have to run 2 computers with this setup. One for streaming, one for the SDR. And damn, I didn't think I'd be troubleshooting that crap tonight, but I did.
You know, I was chained to a computer that worked for about 22 years. All I did was program NC machines, write programs for other people to run. Sometimes I'd run them, or else I was drawing changes into dies, or just drawing whole dies. And then I retired from Bud, and I went over to Chrysler's, and they wanted to know what I wanted to do, and I said, I just want to go back to being plain old guy maker.
And now they tried to get me to go on into programming and learn the big NC machines. Not that, so I'm a happy idiot.
Yeah, I don't know anything about programming for the most part, but I know enough about computers to, like, troubleshoot them a little bit. I just built my first PC with, what I get, this new AMD processor, the Ryzen 7. It's pretty slick, but this SDR machine is a real piece.
What, W9WOO, how be you, Gary? Texted him earlier today, and he texted me back. He said he was going to call me. And he didn't call me, and I told him I'd catch him on the band, and I ain't heard him. Shoot him a text, tell him to get his ass on the band. I don't want to leave the other fella hanging here. Come on back in here, man. I'm sorry as hell. I didn't write your call down. I got a mind like a steel steer.
Oh, I don't think I gave my call. I just kind of, I was talking to a couple of guys here on 3085, and then I had some computer problems, so I went off the air for a minute, and now they're all gone, and I'm back. This is W2BTK, Bill in New Jersey.
W2BTK. Shit. Wasn't that burning, torture, and kill?
Yeah, bind, torture, kill, bring 10 kilowatts, but really it's just for my old CB handle, which was Billy the Kid. So I figured I'd make my old CB handle my ham call sign, you know?
Yeah. What was that guy's name? The killer. That was his thing. I can't remember what it was. Was it Son of Sam?
No, that was it, the BTK Killer, but I didn't even know about that guy when I made this vanity call. I found out about that afterwards. I just chose it because Billy the Kid.
Well, Gary's out there. W9WOO. Gary, come on back in here and introduce yourself. Turn up your audio a little bit. You got a good signal, but your audio is a little bit low, Gary.
We got a couple of Midwest stations out there. Timmy, I can't hear the guys talking right now very well.
I didn't hear anybody.
some, it's a 9, I think it's W9WOO.
Well, Gary, it sounds like there's a couple other people in there want the frequency. Why don't you go ahead and let them hear the frequency? Go ahead where it wants it. I hear them chewing up and bellowing.
You hear those guys, Timmy?
Yeah, I just put the array on. I hear somebody else in there, but, all I was hearing was you.
Well, they must not have any conditions. It sounds like the A1HLR.
Yeah, it is. I'm hearing you. I changed the antennas.
Oh, I was talking to Gary at W9WOO down there in Gary, Indiana. You must not have a path.
Yeah, probably not.
I hear both of you.
Well, Timmy, I'm operating from my living room now, man. I did it. I finally got everything changed over. It's, all my transmitters and crap that makes noise and heat are behind a door, behind a wall, behind me. And it's nice and quiet and nice and cool in here. I got all the RF out of my audio lines and all that crap. I just had a computer crop out that I had to fix real quick to get back on the air, but it's working, man. I'm very pleased with my new operating position.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a backdrop of silence. No kids, no lids, no hums, no farts and bangs. You're right there.
Yeah, this is what I'm going for. I got a little bit of a buzz and a hum in there. I've got a 60 cycle buzz from the modulator, and then I've got an intermittent hum from the amplifier, which, they show up from time to time. But this is about as ironed out as this whole setup has been. I'm running the YC156. Pretty well. I'm running it right now, Timmy. And I've got the big air handler on top of the amp, and you can't hear a damn thing. This is all new to me. It's like luxury operating. I'm actually sitting in a Lazy Boy recliner right now.
Oh wow, you got a lazy bastard recliner, eh?
Oh, hell yeah. I prop myself up on the armrest of it when I'm using the computer and stuff, and then when it comes time to sit back and listen to like an old buzzard or something, I kind of slink down into the lazy boy part and chill out there. And then the other nice thing I've got going with this setup is the desk I put in is variable height, so it's got 2 motors in it. I can hit a button and it comes down to sitting height, and I can hit a button again and it goes up to standing height, so I can stand up and operate and be at the operating position standing, which is nice because sometimes I get real tired of sitting when I'm out here for a long time. Major upgrades over here at W2BTK.
Well, I guess that is pretty major league. I wish I could say the same. Yeah, I've been through 2 of my receivers here, the SX62 and my R388. The R388 on 40 meters for some reason or other was rather numb. It could be an alignment problem, but I put a different front end tube in the thing, and it's working a whole lot better. I had a better set of ears there, and then my SX62 had a number of things that I wanted to change. And today I spent the whole afternoon making changes, and every single one of them is successful. And I got the sensitivity way up on the higher bands, so now the thing actually hears, and The step start warm up is, you know, slower and like I'd want it to be, and a number of other things, you know. So it's been a productive day here. Well, I'm not going to stay around here too long. I'm dead tired. I was on the telephone with a buddy of mine for about an hour and a half, and I'm played out. I'm ready for bed. I think it was W9WOO in Gary, Indiana as well, and there's some other piss weaker in there that I wasn't hearing. This WA1H yell on.
Somebody transmitting?
I don't hear anybody.
All right. I thought there's a carrier there. I can't hear him. I don't want to be rude, but that's good stuff. It's real radio stuff, working on soft starts and all that. I know I learned all about those. I built a power supply for my 3000, and I never ended up using it. But that has a soft start, and I ended up using an IC, a 555 timer for the delay, which sucks. There's way better ways to do that. But yeah, sounds like you've been busy. I've been very busy. You know, it was a big, really good learning experience, man. Remoting the studio from the transmitter site. A lot to overcome. I turned it on and it didn't work for worth a damn. So I had to do like a lot of stuff to get this running. I was in the air before with hellacious buzzes and bangs and pops and everything, but I got it all ironed out. I'm running obscene power right now, and it's working, man. And I can finally old buzzard at this power level because I've got the giant air handler on top of the amp now, which you can't hear because it's behind my stone fireplace behind a closed door. Good stuff, right? W2BTK.
Yep. Well, that's a good thing. You've done good. Yeah, I thought I heard somebody come in there underneath. I don't know if that was W9WOO or somebody else.
Kilo Foxtrot 4 with the I keyed up once, but I don't think you even heard me. I didn't know if I was a piss weaker.
No, you're not a piss weaker. No, there's somebody else in there that's a piss weaker that I can detect, but not enough to copy. Anyway. Hi, John.
I can hear W9WOO. I can hear you, and I can hear Tim. Tim can't hear you, W9WOO. You guys ain't got a pass. See, 100 watts and 80, 90 watts just ain't going to get it all the way up to Maine this time of night.
No, I'm hearing him here. He's a little weaker than you, John, but he's Q5.
Hey, here's you guys. Talk to him.
I did. Yeah, that's all I got going here is about 120 watts or so. Low power.
Well, I hear you, Bob. I've got him
This is KF4WU, Kilo Foxtrot 4.
me, you thought maybe the last one. Yeah, you're sounding good here,
Yeah, well, you're doing better, and John, good to hear you, and Billy 2BTK. I'm going to sign out. I didn't really intend to get in here for any length of time. I'm about ready to fall over from being tired. It's been a long day for me, and you know, I've had enough problems with not getting enough sleep, so I want to try going to bed and see if I can manufacture some Z's, or else I'd be hanging in here, but I'm not. So we'll see you guys later on. To you, John. Maybe I'll catch you sometime earlier in the evening if I'm around. So, MA2PC from WA1HLR, and I'll be listening out.
WA1HLR and AQPC. Well, maybe you'll be doing the 3 o'clock thing. You stop by once in a while. I'm usually by the radio. I may not be saying nothing, but I'm lurking in here usually. Real good, Tim. Get you some sleep. Old folks need their sleep. I'll put it on you later. Take care. 73. WA1HLR and AQPC.
Yeah, we'll see you later, Timmy. Nice hearing you on here. I've been off the radio a couple weeks, and I missed you, pal. Hopefully we'll get to catch up soon, some night when you got a little more energy, and all that good stuff. I went back to work. I didn't work today, and I might not have a lot to do this week, but it's gonna ramp up soon. So take it when I can get it. But it's good to hear you, Timmy, man. I really did miss talking to you.
Yeah, me too. It's been kind of quiet. Been doing other things, so we'll see you guys later. And we'll, of course, pick it up. This is WA1HLR.
And,
Are you still there?
Come in here. I don't think he can hear me, but I'm hearing you just fine, W9WOO.
Yeah, W9WOO, I hear you. It's a little up and down. You're kind of on the fringe, but I hear you. As long as the static crashes don't jump up too high, you're in there. I kind of gotta put my listening ears on though. I'm doing bad things right now, so I'm not surprised you hear me okay. A little bit of an alligator tonight.
KF4 WED. KF4 WED.
Call please, WT1.
It can't force standby.
Give it a little bit more juice. You're coming in just fine to you, didn't you? So, okay,
And I heard a KF4 station in there. I'll pass it over to you. But yeah, WOO, your SNR here in New Jersey is about 30 dB over the noise. So your carrier is nice and strong. It's just sometimes that modulation gets a little swallowed up by all the crap. But you're doing pretty well. Let me pass it over to the KF4 station. And I'm sorry I forgot the suffix. But it's all yours. This is W2BTK in New Jersey.
New Jersey and everybody. This is Kilo Foxtrot 4, Whiskey Delta Delta. First name is Ben, Bravo Echo November in Virginia. You're booming here
from New Jersey into Virginia sounded very nice and clean and strong, plus 30 dB on AM mode, which actually I've never used before, so I was wondering how I'm sounding to the other guys. This is dB. You jump in.
You're sounding pretty good in New Jersey from Virginia. Again, a little low, but you know, this is such as conditions tonight. I should probably decrease my power level, but hey, it is what it is.
Very good. Well, I didn't want to interrupt. Appreciate the opportunity to try AM for the first time. I'm glad I'm readable in New Jersey for these days. And take a step back and just spin the dial. This is US4 WDD saying 73. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Well, don't be a stranger. I mean, I hear you just fine. How are you? W9WOO is out there, and I think another guy. How are you hearing? How are you hearing him?
He's down in the noise for me. He's down in the noise right at QPC. Right at the noise floor. I can hear every third word, you know what I mean? If I hear that.
I have a little bit of difficulty making it happen.
Did you text from?
Unfortunately, the person I can hear is you in New Jersey, not so much.
No, okay, I can pick these up right now.
I don't know, man. You know better than me.
I don't know. I haven't talked to him for almost a week. I know once upon a time he was real good down there. They took it to another frequency I couldn't get on, or I had to do too much to get on that mode. And then after that, I didn't hear from him. Since then, it's been like a week. So a week and a half. So that's why I came and asked you. Have you heard?
Like I said, I texted him earlier today, but he answered me and told me to call me, and I told him I'd catch him on the air. But no. Anyhow, I'll text him, see if he's gonna get on the air. NAQPC, I'm not quiet.
Okay, NAQPC. W9WOO. You got a wonderful signal here. Propagation to W2 over in New Jersey is not in our favor. Alright, W9WOO is clear.
Well, man, I'm actually starting to feel some heat from, well, I don't know, the house might just be heating up, but I opened that door to the transmitter room and it's like It's hot in there.
Well, BTK's got good signal over here. I hope you're hearing me all right.
Yeah, you're like the channel master.
I don't know about all that. I'm just on Johnson, that's it. My dipole has got to be about 26 feet off the ground at the middle. It's almost dragging on the sidewalk.
Yeah. Well, your SNR over here in New Jersey is about 40 dB above the noise, so I'm not having any problem hearing you. And there's something to be said for those low antennas, man. My antenna is pretty low. It's not that low. I think the feed point is about it's between 35 and 40 feet over here, which is somehow like just, I don't know how it works, but it gives me like a mega local signal, you know, and especially when the band starts changing and crapping out, I can usually hang in there with my locals a lot longer than the guys that are running dipoles up like a lot higher, like twice as high as mine or more. So low dipole is good for some stuff, but I don't think it's helping you talk to me right now. But it's working. Like I said, you've got a 40 dB SNR. You're 40 dB above the noise. That's not an S meter reading. I don't even have an S meter, but it just means I hear you, man. I definitely hear you. W2BTK.
W2BTK and AQBC. We're good 40 over here. That we're used to, as they say on the repeater, full quieting. Yeah, well, I'm on a real small lot in the city. 50 by 126 feet. And my wire runs from the front to the back of the lot, up on the end, and I went up as high as I can without the city crawling up my ass. And it sags down in the middle, and it's being fed with 600 ohm open wire line. And I love my open wire line. I would never go back to coax and the ballon and keep that trash. It just don't work out very well. This antenna really smokes on 40. It works great on 40, man. It's a gain antenna on 40. I tune it up and it plays all the way across the whole band, and I never even have to retune it. I'm surprised that it's like that. But anyhow, yeah, no problems out of Jersey. No problems out of what the heck is I can't even think of a big singer's name that comes from New Jersey.
Bon Jovi?
No, I was going to say it's Bruce Springsteen country.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I meant. Bruce Springsteen. Yeah. The boss.
The boss. Woman hater.
Yeah.
I used to like him until I heard how much he hates unions.
I was never that big on Springsteen, but he's definitely got some hits, man. He's got some good stuff. Just not quite my cup of tea. I like that song Thunder Road, though. I used to work at Radio Shack like years and years and years ago, and that song would come on from time to time, and it kind of hyped me up. I don't know what it was about it, but I would get real hype when Thunder Road would come on.
I like some of his old stuff better, like The River, My Hometown.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a music head. I have a degree from Berklee College of Music for music synthesis, so I mean, I was on track to just be like a professional musician / studio engineer, and like really into it. I've got my degree, and I ended up getting out of the music industry and becoming an electrician, believe it or not. but it was mainly just because I was working a lot of cash gigs, crappy hours, you know, and I started to think, like, you know, this is cool. Like, I was in, like, my 20s. I could do this. 20, this is a great gig. But then I started thinking, like, what the hell am I going to do when I'm, like, 65? And all I've ever done is work for cash and this and that. So I got myself hooked up in the electrical workers union. And now, you know, when I go to work, I'm building a future, you know, and there was no future with what I was doing before, you know, so it's sad. I loved it, man. I used to mix live bands and do all that stuff, but, you know, whatever. Now I twist wire nuts, and I've got a retirement plan.
I hear you. Hey, Jerry, we ain't forgot about you.
Oh, I'm just over here listening. Like I said, both of y'all sounding great up here. I'm just thinking one thing about this Japanese rig. It's got great speed. And everybody's 20 plus over here. So I can only match the signal with that. But other than that, yeah, I'm going to go with an open line. Well, I think I'm probably going to order one, right? Probably order one and a couple tuners over here I can try. And got a lot of things I want to do on my tower too, because I got some thinking about putting a tri-bander on top of the 60-foot crank-up tower where the feed point is of my inverted V. So the inverted V does wonders for me. I mean, my goodness. So, but yeah, I know you didn't forget about me. I'm just over here listening. So back to you. I texted our friend and I told him what we was doing, and haven't heard anything back. So back to you. It ain't QPC W9WOO here in
W9WOO. Hey, QPC, we sounded good. Yeah, you know, at W2BTK, you know, it's funny. I wanted to be an electrician in the worst way. And when I got out of high school, I went to electronics school. And I could not get into an electrical apprenticeship for the life of me. But I fell under a tool and die apprenticeship, so I took what I could get. And that was the story of that. But I went on. I finished the program at West Electronics. And then I got an associate's degree in electronics. And I went on and I got a D in NC programming to go with the journeyman tool and die maker's card. And they got me off the floor and I'd sit in the office and I'd be stuck in front of the friggin' computer all day making programs to make stuff work. And it was okay, but I don't love sitting in front of the computer anymore. Anyhow, I just got a text from a friend of ours there, but before he even got on. I'm a BTK, I'm a tube head though. I love my tube audio gear. Well, I don't know if you appreciate if you're a digital guy or if you like tube audio. Tell me about it.
Well, getting into it when I did, you know, you just don't see tube stuff in the professional setting. It was all cutting edge, you know. We would bring out large scale PAs and set them up, and you don't want to deal with like the tube and fragile. We're throwing this crap into the back of trucks. We had Crown solid state amplifiers, the Macrotech line. Man, Crown Macrotech 5000. What an awesome amp that is. But yeah, it was all solid state stuff. The guy I was working for most of the time, he was a big analog guy, so all his desks, his mixing boards were for the most part analog, and he owned a couple of digital ones that we would mainly only use for theater production because, you know, in a theater you've got multiple scenes, and then there's a cast of like 17 mics that come up for one scene, and then the next scene there's 8 different mics, you know, all these RF mics. And to be able to sit there on a digital console and just recall a scene with all the crap, it was like the only way to do it with the theater stuff. But as far as like concerts, talking head, this and that, yeah, it would use large format analog consoles, but you know, solid state. It was all solid state, and you know, that was pretty much it. But I love digital. I know a lot of guys hate on it, but that's kind of old school because with high sample rates, you know, we've got 96K, 192K. You know, the truncation of the waveform that happens is so minute. I mean, there's so many samples. You can really pretty accurately reproduce stuff, and it doesn't sound bad anymore, so I'm a big fan of it. And then the ability to use DSP is just that it in my opinion kind of blows the analog stuff out of the water. And then if you miss like that analog warm sound, you can use convolution DSP to literally mimic the analog circuits that you know that have that favorable warm distortion to them, and you can use convolution DSP to just make it sound like that in the digital domain. So there's just a lot more firepower, and I tend to lean towards digital stuff. But as far as all my radio gear, it's all tube VFO, plate modulated exciter, tube final, you know, so I'm a big tube guy. But when it came to like going out to a place in a professional capacity and setting things up and charging money, we brought out solid state gear and digital stuff, you know, and that's just how it is. But yeah, there you go. W2 BTK.
W2BTK. Yeah, well, most musicians know their heads are all tube heads. They usually got a tube head on your guitar amp or your bass amp, and then they stick a mic in front of it or take low level off it and go back onto the board. I know, yeah, all the sound reinforcement is done with solid state. The Crowns are kind of like the workhorse of the industry. I don't know if they still are. Crowns and Sons. I got a couple old workhorses. They ain't excuse me, industrial stuff. I got old phase linear 400s that they make some good sound pressure, but all my stuff that I listen to for myself is, I'm pretty stuck on Mac 240. I got a 230. It's got the Scott LK150. Everything I got is old tube stuff. I like my tubes. I guess I got analog ears. I don't know, there ain't nothing wrong with that. It to each his own, but that Mac MA230 has a hell of a integrated amplifier. It had an FET front end on it. It sounds good. Anyhow, let's send it on over to Gary. W9WO MAQPC.
Okay, I hear in my GTO for man, I ain't heard that voice in about, I believe, about a week and a half. My goodness. I recognize N9 GTOs down south of me, down there in I would call the bluegrass corn state area down there. BTK in New Jersey. So I'm gonna send it over to GTO, N9GTO. This is W9WOO here in India.
And the Sand Valley came back. Now I'm starting to get the blues. I'm hearing Billy on the SDR now. I'm trying to log into his room right now. I got to put this new code in, so here we go. It'll get me straightened out. Just logged in just now. Sent you a message. Anyway, glad to hear you guys. Yeah, everybody's doing good. Come back to work tomorrow, so I'll be able to play radio a little bit. But I'm glad to hear the station over there. He's got it going on. Looking good, boy. I like it. I like the new thing on the thing and the new setup. And I like all that. Looking good. Looking good. And hello, and hello, my friend. We are in HTPC. So give me the throws. And HTPC just texted me and said get on. So I'm on the 7700 for the little ALAD in the bedroom. I got my laptop in my hand here, laid back in the bed, and listening on the radio. So I'll throw it up there to you, Bill. It's your turn to burn. N9GTO, pick it up, Billy.
All right. Hey, Louie, nice to hear you out here. Yeah, I've been off the air for a week or two. I ended up, well, as you can see, I put together a new setup, but at the same time all that was happening, I actually went back to work. So I don't think I'm working this week, but you know, the last couple weeks I've been pretty busy. So yeah, just having fun. I've got all the transmitter crap in another room away from, you know, where I'm operating, and it's really nice, man. So I won't tie it up too long. I'm going to send it right back around. This is W2BTK in New Jersey.
Hey, old man, how come you ain't on that big rig, man? Are you bedridden again? Did you screw around and get sick and bedridden again? Now you better not. I'm older than you, and I'm up going to work every day. You need to get yourself better. You need to take some Vitamin or some Geritol or some sort of crap like that. You ain't got no time for you to be getting sick. You ain't got no time for none of that laying around shit. I hope you ain't got polio or something. I don't know. And GTO, you sound good. Let's send it on back. I guess I don't know whose turn is it. I guess it's W9WO's turn. Pick it up, W9WO. That's since he's not real. But anyway, with all the homes and stuff, go and work on the air conditioner day at the farm, and the wife was demanding that me and her finish the garden today, and oh my God, I found a big ass snake in the garden that you couldn't get, and then so I was just going on and on. I got a 10 by 20, got that tree lumber, 4 foot on center, got a canopy, got that netting that keeps the deer from getting in there, any kind of wild animals or anything. So, got the tomato plants and everything, all going good. She loves giving those orders. Figured that the world will really enjoy it. I think I was going through withdrawals knowing you had to go back to work. That was kind of all the things where I was, knowing Billy was going back to work, you were going back to work. I was catching the N1BCG show, and
here 3 or 4 since it warmed up, so it really changed. So there's a timing all off, but I'm glad to know that our 10 o'clock thing is still going on, because I can hear Billy good, and I can hear everybody good. So let me see if, maybe man down the old haulage out there. Did you go see a man about a horse, Gary?
I sure did. Yep, stop by the kitchen and fed the chickens and did all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I didn't think it was coming back to me. I know Billy the Kid had it, and then thought Billy the Kid was going to give it to John. I didn't think that I had a little time. Other than that, sounded good in GPL. I was wondering what was going on with you. I ain't heard back from you for about a week. I know last thing you would say that you met oh my goodness, you met N4 XRP. I believe you met him and grabbed his one of his projects, and that's the last thing I heard, and that was it. So glad to hear you. So I don't know who it goes to. I think it goes to back to you, N9GPO, and I believe you sent it over to BTK. This is W9NWO. Weird.
It goes to Billy. Go ahead, Billy.
Oh, it's back to me? Well, yeah, I'm just hanging out. Got a couple people in the chat. Hey, man, it's nice to be back out on the radio. I haven't done this in a couple weeks. I missed it, man. But I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay out here. It's you guys are coming in okay, but it's like a lot of static crashes and stuff, and there's a good chunk of distance between us, and the band is not so great, but you know. In fact, yeah, you know what? I'm probably gonna just listen out over here for a little while, because I find myself drifting in and out of the conversation, which probably means it's about time to think about going to bed. But yeah, you guys are all doing great. It's nice to hear you out here, and you know, work some people that aren't like 2 calls and 3 calls. You know, it's nice. But you know, I'm not exactly sure it's supposed to pass it to Jimmy or whoever. But yeah, that's about that. So I guess I'll say 7-3, and I'll be listening out for a little bit here. This is W2BTK in New Jersey.
Alright, boy. You sounded good over here, man. It was a pleasure. I'll speak to you when I can. And, I heard you say you got some people in the shack, a couple people, and I hope that you all have a good time over there. And with that, I'll bid you adieu. Well, good. It's good that you're all right, Lou. I didn't know if you was feeling poorly again, because I know you old folks, you know, you get feeling bad. You know, I redid my garden. I still got some cucumber plants I got to put in. That's it. I was busy as get out yesterday, man. I was a cooking fool. I loaded up that smoker in the morning. I put some ribs in there, and some chicken in there, and some sausage. Later on in the evening, and those came out real good. I did all sorts of cooking. We had a regular fiesta yesterday. Lots of good leftovers today. That's what it's all about, as far as I'm concerned, on my day off. Yeah, I work on this 4-day schedule, so I work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So I'm off Sunday, Mondays, and Tuesdays. So Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday night, you can look for me on the radio unless you get out there late at night. I don't, they got our shift jacked around, so I don't get off till 3:30 in the morning. I usually don't get home till 4:30. A lot of times I'll still turn the radio on because that time of night, the band is dead quiet, all the static's gone. And a lot of times I'll grab those little openings in the air. Anyhow, and non-GTO on HUPC.
QBC. Yeah, I was having some WQBC cable withdrawals because Billy went back to work and I knew you were going back to work and I was like, man, this, you're doing a pretty good thing with the 10 o'clock deal. And all that lightning stuff came in, last week and really put a damper on it. Man, I had a hit. It was no more than, I'm going to say, it was about 200 feet away from me on the wood. And it did take out the isolator. And shorted the antenna to ground. It did its job. And so I changed it out when you went in a couple cuts. Just, I got this commercial job made for like an AM broadcast. 5 kilowatts or less. And I changed it out.
antenna real good here in India. So I was worried about you. I texted a couple times and you didn't text back, so I was like, well, he might not be feeling good, so. Weather down there, because I was getting weather up here, real decent weather. So for the last 2 or 3 days, and then I kind of went back to work a little bit, but I'm still working from home. Matter of fact, I'm gonna be having a lot of time. So they said we can work from home permanently now, and I was like, okay, good. Give me a chance to do a little bit more radio stuff, and then put my 8 hours in and enjoy a little bit more family time. So that's what's going on down here in India. Still on the Yazoo, FT 101 double E. Glad to hear you. N9 GTO. So give it to QPC W9WO down here in India.
Well, fellas, static's starting to pick up here. I don't know what's going on, but it's getting annoying. Yeah, I'm glad you got on there for a few, Lou. I'm going to make this my last one and get up out of here. I got crap I got to do. Got to give my patients their medicine. I still got stuff laying out in the yard I got to go take care of. I got to put the generator away and put my cord away. I made up my mind I'm going to get me a quote on getting me a Generac whole house generator in here. I'm tired of this every year, man. We go through the same crap in this neighborhood because this is a real old neighborhood and the infrastructure sucks and all it's got to do is look funny and then that power grows out. Well, I made up my mind I'm going to get me one of them Generacs. I've looked at a couple different ones, Onan and all that, and best bang for your buck is the Generac. And the gas fields aren't that far from here, so I never have to worry about not having natural gas. I live at 12 Mile, and the natural gas fields is a 26-mile road, so we got plenty of gas. We may run out of electricity, but we never run out of gas. Anyhow, man, it's a pleasure hearing you both out here. And I'm going to say 73 to y'all, and I'm going to listen out. And I'll probably be back out on the radio like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning if any of you guys have any interest. But I get out there. If you ever decide that you're up late and you're getting on the radio, just shoot me a text because I'm up late. I never go to bed early, even on my days off. Lou, Gary, take care. 73's to y'all. The 9GTO and AQPC.
Alright, my friend, 73s. Yeah, I better said I've got a little bit of cleaning up to do, organizing, and then once the radio room is set up, I'll be able to take and have the best of both worlds. So many, this virus thing has just brought a lot of responsibility on my wife and other family members. And it's really, down and away. And I had him on my sort of radio time. took out one of the fuses on the heat pump at the farm. I went up there and checked out everything, but then no voltage at the disconnect, so I know the fuse is going off in the engine. So I struck with the air conditioner, pulled it out, so I changed it. And back up running back, so I rubber it on, changed the filter system. That hadn't been done in a while, and boy, that was bad news. Got a new one in there, and double shouldered it. Took one inside another one, took a lot of years ago. I go to Walmart and buy them green filters, and they'll lay inside each other. And it's a diamond glass type. And they really do a great job. Especially when you got one inside another. It's added protection. And air velocity moves a lot better. You don't have the issue with static pressure. You got good velocity, you got good airflow. So some of those filters, they restrict the blower motor. They can actually do a run through and draw more amps to get the amp load running right. Right filter. A lot of times don't realize that. Overdo it, some of those crazy filters. And clear ones are good. Again, it's all about the install and about the, the air changes to live. And you stratify the air, you change things for it's all about stratification. I know Gary got his new system put in, and I kind of lost that touch in a way. I normally call people. I got a big guy here, I got a handy guy here who's in his 40s. He's really good at what he does. If something goes wrong, I normally call him. Today I got caught by surprise. I had to grab a fluke meter out of the toolbox and go to town. Thank God I had some extra, what they call non-track 50 volt 25 amps. Jesus. Grab one, head box, and shut it back. Stuck another one in it, and took the other one apart, looked at the sand, seen where it blew at the last, they put them little butterfly deals. Little platelets. Amazing how it seemed like me, it's a big old resistor in a way. Thank God for a good capacitor, starting running capacitor. But, John, if I get up in the middle of the night, you got my word on it, brother. If I get up in the middle of the night, I hit out in that radio room, I'll fire a transmitter up and out of it. See first, make sure you own it. I may do that. I may do. Yep. Flag and all this stuff is over, so we can move on with our lives. And the young people, the violence is going so bad, crazy stuff going on. Too many people just all bottled up, all the energy all bottled up, and then you got guys out there. Everything is just not a good day. Not a good day. But no, Gary, I've been thinking about that. The thing of it is to my phone. I said, that's the check thing. Sometimes I must turn this when I get a text out of really, unless I check my phone on the computer. So the wife has been with me so much. Normally during the week she works 5 days a week. And I leave it all fast, so it's 6 weeks here. But I know I've been bothering her a little bit much. Getting texts from everybody and anybody. So I just turned this down. I think I turned it down too low, but you always go in real situation. And John, if you need when you run that generator again, before you get your generator, run a little 2-cycle oil in there. I usually put about 2 ounces per gallon of 2-cycle when we're using it for weed. I put 3 ounces in there. And believe it or not, it'll make a 4-cylinder engine right through it. So change the oil, put some 1534 in it, oil cylinder in it, and process that. I know what you, Gary.
Okay, in GTO, yeah. I'm glad that everything's okay. Because I remember that the last thing you was on, you was going to get that something from M4XRP. Up here in Indy. Everything's A-okay here. Other than that, I might make this my last one. And because I got some things I got to do tomorrow. So I'll probably end up making this my last one, and then maybe I get up and see who's on the air about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So 73 for you and GTO, glad to hear. Is this W9WO here?
Yeah, just let you know, I use my iPhone with a little audio system called a Bose channel. And what I do is, all the time, so like right now, but I listen to the Bose channel, the guys talking on the lawn right now, of ADR on 160. They start out around 4. All the guys, I think anywhere
I'll tell you what, it's working absolutely great. Nice signal. KD4UNU. Good morning, Charles. All right. Looks like maybe I might need to retune on this end, Charlie. K4SNY, KD4UMU.
Good morning, Dan. KD4UMU. K4SNY. Just firing this whole ring up this morning, Dan. I've been unable to get down here and get on the air for a few weeks, so I'm back. Anyway, it's I feel I've got a little SDR here, and I'm going to have to do some changes here to go on. So if anything goes awry, let me know. So I've got some good clear on that one, over S9. KD4UMU, K4SNY.
All right, real good, Charlie. And yeah, the 610 sounds fantastic over here, so no troubles on this end. And I'm trying to go through and figure out what's going on this end. So I've had my rig up on 6 meters AM, and that looks a whole lot better. That looks a whole lot better on the signal. Well, all right. Had to go back through it and reconfigure my transmit settings on the Flex here, Charlie. But glad you're back in there. Yeah, there's been a few have taken a hiatus from ham radio here for a little while, but hey, you know, life goes on. You got to take care of that. But hey, transmitter sounding absolutely great over here in Shepherdsville this morning. We've been, like I say, playing a little bit, well, quite a bit on the 10 meter band and 20, doing some AM, FM, sideband, all over the place. So, and been worked quite a bit last night, putting up a new antenna over here, Charlie. Put up one of those 6 meter vertical 5/8 waves. Haven't talked to anybody with the antenna yet, but I was hearing stations out of the northeast last night, but I don't think the band was in real good. But you certainly sounded pretty good over here this morning. K4SNY, KD4UMU, how we hold up? So far, so good. Oh, yeah, very good. And, yeah, there's quite a few local guys up here on 6. You know, my mobile that I usually ride around with, going back and forth to work, one day I did not put that stinger tip on top of it, and the coil was run all the way down, and just by chance, that's resonant on the 6-meter band with it in that configuration. So I went ahead and transmitted on the FM simplex with that thing, and I'll be daggone, man. Had a guy come back to me there that was local in Louisville, and talked to him a pretty good ways blasting down the interstate. So 6 does work fairly decent. I haven't had a whole lot of experience on 6, but and I know it's quite a bit different band. Just occasionally I've gotten on it. Well, I put up just a regular halfway dipole there at one time, and made one contact to a guy in Colorado, and that was about it. But this time I opted for one of those 5/8 wave vertical antennas. It's a commercial antenna made by I forget the name of the company now, but anywho, Norwalk Electronics in Connecticut. And I ordered that dude, Charlie, about a month plus ago. But those guys in Connecticut, none of them were at work, you know, so I had to wait on them to get back. So I finally gave them a call yesterday, and somebody answered the phone on the other end, and I said, man, I'm glad to hear you guys. He just kind of laughed. He says, yeah, we all finally made it back to work. And he said that your antenna ought to be at your doorstep today. I said, well, that's just fantastic. So I said, that's what I was calling about. So I got there yesterday, and almost have it mounted permanent, but not quite. But it is up in the air, and it is tuning up. So we'll see how 6 is here after a while. But anyway, climbing that tower back and forth, Charlotte, man, I am sore. I just ain't cut out for tower climbing anymore, I guess. But I can feel it this morning when I crawled out of bed. K4FNY, KD4UMU.
Okay, Dan, KD4UMU. We gotta get a lot more survival. I was really fortunate. First got on the air, well, I've been on the air a little bit, 6 months or so, and back in the 50s, in the late 50s, there was 6 meters was pretty much a worldwide band. You could work all over the place on it. And I got to work a few of those openings like that. And then, of course, as time goes on, the band got further away from its silver maximum, and it went back to just local stuff. But at the time, I had a 4CX 250Bs and push-pull 6 meters. I put out a right respectable signal with it. But, you know, when the band's not open, you've got an awful lot of long time to sit down listening. I guess that's okay if you want to do some experimenting. Check your hands. So, let's go out off the calculator. On 80 meters, a little better than it is. Right now we're only running about 270 watts. We're not running that much power. Put out by me. A little bit of the minute. Keep thinking over. KD4UMU, K4FNY.
All right, well, Charlie, go ahead and tune away, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna walk over here and get another cup of coffee out of the kitchen. So I'll be right back. That'll give you plenty of time to switch things around and get her loaded up properly there. So catch you in a few minutes. K4FNY, KD4UMU.
Okay, Dan, KD4UMU, J4FNY. Now I'm back to my 300 watt plus. Dan, I hope you can notice a little difference. I doubt that you could. But when your last transmission, you were in kind of a phase there. I could copy everything, but you were dropping off, so. My atomic clock on the wall has quit working. It's got a battery signal on it, so we change the batteries in it. So I've got to do that. And it'll reset WWC at nighttime on 6 kilohertz. Anyway, I've got to do that. I think the rig is back to normal. It's running what seems like normal power. Good current is right, so it must be getting out. So back to you, Dan, if you're not listen for a while. KD4UMU.
Yep, she's working, Charlie. And yeah, the band's up and down just a little bit this morning, but that's okay. I can still hear you just fine on this end. And yeah, I changed my pole to dipole location. Got it back in the yard again, up into some clean air, away from all the other antennas. So it's working fairly decent on this end. I don't have it very high at all. Maybe 35-40 feet or something like that. But stuff around a bunch of other antennas, so it should load up a little bit better. Of course, you know they're a whole lot better when you get them up there 60, 70 plus feet, but I don't have it nowhere near that high. But it seems to work okay. And hey, the guys down there in Florida's been hearing me, so it must be doing all right. But yeah, I've got to do some pulling of coaxes and switches and all that. I've got mostly everything on HF run through a big switch over here where I can switch between antennas. But what I found out, Charlie, was when I pipe that 6 meter signal in through that switch, it don't like it. So SWR's up around a tenth of that switch. So you know, when I run 6, I got to go over and hook the coax directly to the antenna and not through the switch. So that's what I found out on this end. But that's not real surprising. I've got a few bulkhead connectors and things up here I use on 2 meter 440. And I found out that anything extra you plug inside the line, the coax feed line there, adds SWR, and sometimes adds quite a bit of SWR. So I don't run any meters or anything like that on 2 meters of 440. It's just a radio pretty much direct connected up to the antenna as best I can. Eliminate all the extra stuff. But yeah, I was surprised to see 6 act that way through that switch. So you know, just won't operate that switch. But anyway, holding in pretty good there. Went and got that cup number 2 over here, drinking this Dunkin' Donuts coffee this morning, Charlie. Boy, it sure is good. Let's see. I got a couple of weeks off of work this week. Charlie, I've been working through the entire epidemic. And most of it was out on the streets of Louisville up here, and been into every single post office in the city up here, and just multiple locations all over the city. But glad to be back in the building. Kind of filling in for the guy that was doing the key lock changes and fixing those blue collection boxes. So was glad that he got back. He went to Japan and got stuck over there. He was over there for 30 days, all through March, and they finally let him come back at the end of March, and then he had to go into 2 weeks quarantine. So, hey, that whole time I was on the street felt pretty good. So, I think we done been run through the mill on this COVID-19 stuff. probably back in early February before we even knew what all that was. So that's what we've been doing on this end. K4FNY, KD4UMU. Oh, daggone, did the band drop out? Yeah, I think the band may have taken a nosedive there, Charlie. K4FNY, KD4UMU. I got you in good up here in Kentucky, Sam. Yep, got you in there fine, Charlie. Well, I thought maybe the band had dropped that and went south on us there, and heard Sam come in there, so I knew we at least had some type of a signal getting through. I even went over and checked solar ham there to see what was going on there, but the band looks, the sun looks pretty stable right now. But anyway, glad you got those coils and stuff in there modulating again. Yeah, buddy. Hey, got all your stuff packed up, ready to go. So, Charlie, you're moving off Hog Mountain, getting to a different part of the neighborhood, I guess. There. Yeah, I'm still out in the rural area here, and it's actually starting to get kind of busy up here where I'm at. So, the big wooded area right next to the house here, somebody had bought the property and built a house on it. So I had all kinds of manner of wires and antennas and stuff strung in through those trees over there, so I had to go in and take them all down, because they had brought in a bulldozer over there and was bulldozing the trees and stuff down. So I got all the antennas out of the way so they could build a house. So that's what we got going on here. Well, anyway, good morning to you, Sam. Hearing you pretty good up here in Kentucky. KF4TXQ to pick it up. KD4UMU.
pulled up the cell there.
Very good. K4FNY and KF4TXQ. Yeah, I don't know. I certainly hope that with everything we've been through, isn't going to set a precedence for every other little virus or flu that comes through the next go-around. But you know, given the economy a serious wallop as they've done this go around, I don't think we're going to see that happen. But maybe some of the, like you say, social distancing and masks and things like that, they'll probably keep that in effect. And one of these guys down here at the post office, you know, we've been open the whole daggone time, and like I say, I was working the streets out there through the whole thick of it, the whole 9 yards, and you know, right down towards the end, you know, when they started saying they were going to open up businesses that we had to start wearing a mask full time inside that facility. I said, "Oh, wait a minute." I said, you know, when we started out on this, I said, we didn't have a glove, a mask, couldn't get any hand sanitizer. People was bringing that stuff from the house and everything else, you know. And then now down towards the end, once they got supplies, they said we got to have it on all the time. I said, I don't think so. So I kind of won that battle. And they said, well, yeah, you're right. Go ahead and just keep it on you. And if you get closer than 6 feet with somebody, then you can put it on. I said, well, I can live with that. I said, but I'm certainly not going to have my head stuck in a machine back here all by myself and having to wear that crazy old mask. You know, it just, CDC says they offer very little protection from these viruses any daggone way. And besides that, if you already had it, what's the point? What's the point of putting one of those on? You're immune to it. You can't be contagious. So that was my thought on that. And to think if I think if they start testing people for these antibodies, you're going to find out that their numbers or death rate percentage is going to be a whole hell of a lot lower than what has been reported. And you know, so there's a lot of that, a lot of dirty dealings going on with the numbers. I mean, not taking away from the virus being a nasty thing, it certainly is, and we probably need to stop all those flights coming out of overseas, which is probably a great thing right there. But you know, it's that virus is out there. You know, once it comes in the country, it's going to spread around. It's a virus. And best you do just stay away from somebody who's sick, but you never really know. And they said the best thing you can do is stay away from sick people and wash your hands a lot. And we've certainly done a bunch of that. Boy, we have gone through some soap down there at work, I guarantee it. But anyway, Sam, I've got both of those tuners you're talking about there, both the 275 and the kilowatt. I've got the kilowatt in line right now, fed with twin leads out to a folded dipole. And the only reason why I did that was trying to, just wanted to get the lowest loss feed line I could put on there. And I've got about 200 feet on this thing going back to the antenna in the backyard. And wanted to get the best match of the feed line to the input of the antenna. So, about 300 ohms or so, somewhere in that neighborhood on a folded dipole. So the 450 is a close enough match. I did try putting up a full wave wire, full wavelength, half wavelength on each leg. And, of course, that jacks the feed point and impedance up there at about 5K. And the Johnson kilowatt tuner on the input didn't have enough variance there to tune and get the SWR flat, so it was lacking in that capacity. But I wanted to try it out anyway, and they say that there's really not much gain or benefit in running a full wave center fed wire. But I found out on this end that the signals I was hearing at S9 was up to 20 over. So I did see some difference here at this location. Now, there may not be a difference once you get it up in the air, but that's probably where the half wave really shines pretty good. Of course, halfway dipole just works good anyway. So that's what I'm running here. Twin lead folded dipole and kilowatt backwatt tuner, and it totes the load just fine here. And the 275 is sitting over there idle. I probably ought to get that thing back over here and match it up with this Viking Valiant, but just haven't done it yet. Anyway, back around to you, Sam. KF4TXQ with K4FNY on the side. Here is KD4UMU.
we're getting long in the tooth here. That's the same thing with the other. These other little places get on those tooth. But I don't know if it'll be 5 pounds or not. It depends on what's available. So I got some box up on the park. Go. Next bamboo. That's what they were charging. Anyway, I just can't do this. Most of the houses out here. For a job. So I do have an answer for right now. I'm looking at today. Pretty much all
All right, K4FNY with KF4TXQ. Well, Charlie, you know, last couple of years, I haven't gotten a whole lot of use out of the log periodic up here. But man, I tell you, here this last week, I've been keeping that motor warm on that tail twister out there, and been having a ball on the 10-meter band. Been quite a few openings on that. So made contacts mostly out towards Texas, Arizona, Southern California, Wyoming, even down in Tobago, down there in South America. So I've been having quite a bit of fun, and I've been using the other bands as well. You know, so 17's been working pretty good, and even got on AM on 20 in the middle of the day. Was flipping through the band and saw an AM carrier in there on the pan adapter, and guy down there in Florida was transmitting, so went back to him and and talked to him for a good little while. So you know, it was that log periodic is getting some use. And of course, you know, 75, it's going to start it's going to start, taking a punch in the nose there as far as conditions go on this upswing of the 11-year solar cycle. So we got a couple of years before it reaches the peak there, and we're going to start seeing quite a bit of skin opening up, and hopefully 6 and all the others will get energized as well. And I have on occasion here seen where the MUF, or the maximum usable frequency, extended up past the 2-meter band, which is very rare. But that led towards several contacts on 5.2 simplex. Because the station's 500-600 miles out, and also got a call from a guy in Canada up there. So you never know what you're going to get. But you gotta have the radio on, I guess. So I think in between my idle times of working HF, I might just leave that 2-meter simplex on, and maybe 6 meters, and just listen out in the in between there and see if we don't get a condition crop up or something. But anyway, like I say, that log's been getting a pretty good workout on this end. And as far as all that virus stuff, all of these protocols that they put in effect were to was one thing. Wasn't to stop the virus. They knew that wasn't going to happen, but at least to lessen the impact of overloading the hospitals, and that's what it was all about. So they had here at the Kentucky State Fairgrounds, they had set up a big, huge area in one of the wings up there, and never got to use it, which is great. That means that they slowed it down enough to where they didn't have mass amounts of people going to the hospital, and that was the whole point. But that thing's going to eventually work its way on around. If you've been living under a rock somewhere, more often it's going to reach out and touch you somewhere down the line. That's just how nasty this particular virus is. And it seems like the Chinese over there getting wrapped around the axle about everybody calling it the Chinese virus, but they already know it came out of that laboratory in Wuhan, so no disputing that at all. So, which is probably one of the reasons they immediately got defunded. And isn't that just crazy? The amount of money that flows out of the federal government towards any and every little program that has nothing to do with protecting the people of the United States here. So that just blows my mind that all of that goes on. But hey, expect some changes towards the good. And of course, you're talking about politics. Everybody's got a varying opinion on what they think and how they think things ought to go. And but the vast majority of it's always kind of out there in the left field. But I think that all them guys standing on the right finally going, hey, I'm getting tired of all this mess, and let's clean house. And I sure do like that. So anyway, enough on the politics, I guess. But man, I tell you, it's been something else. It has been something else. But hey, we'll all make it through it, I hope. And like I say, that done got a hold of me back in early February. So no need in me wearing the mask and all that kind of stuff. I guess I'm immune to it. But the scary thought is a mutation of that virus, which they found out that it did do from urine. So there's a couple different strains of that thing out there running around. They had some of that direct out of China, Wuhan, and another one that had made its way through Europe and mutated to the Gulf of European strain. So, couple of different ones out there. But anyway, it'll run its course and will be done. Anyway, with that, I guess we're sending it around there to Sam. Sam, pick it up. KF4THQ with K4FNY. Here it is, KD4UNA. Well, all right, and Sam, we'll catch you later. And man, good to hear you on the band this morning. And night signal coming up out of Alabama down there. And yeah, boy, you know you're right about them taxes. You get in towards those inner cities, and taxes are much higher up there. And of course, you know they've got to pay for all the free living that they're giving to a lot of folks that congregate up there, and that's why the taxes are so much higher. They're spending it on free stuff, and you get out in the rural areas, and it's not quite as required out in the rural areas. Most people get out there and turn to and earn a buck. And you see a whole lot of no-dollar earnings going on up there in the city because the people just don't want to work. They want that stuff handed to them for free. And Charlie, I was right up through the middle of the thick of all this epidemic stuff going on. Of course, you know, like I say, I was on the streets of Louisville every day out there, and wouldn't you know it? The panhandlers were out there on the street, and I was sitting at one of the intersections up here in downtown Louisville, and I stopped over at White Castle and got me some hamburgers. You know, of course, you got to get everything through the drive-through, at least back then anyway. And got me some hamburgers and pulled up and parked in the lot there, and sitting there was watching the activities that was going on, and these people on the corner out there, they weren't panhandling. They were giving and taking stuff from these guys coming by. So, and there was another exchange between the original panhandler and another one. Well, you know, it was drugs. They were selling drugs on the street corner under the guise of being panhandlers. So I thought, well, look at all that. So, you know, kind of makes you wonder why they were out there on the streets anyway. But you know, with everything shut down. But well, that made sense. You know, they were enterprising individuals, and they were going to keep it up, and well, they did. But yeah, that's some bad stuff going on like that, and it doesn't matter where you're at. Man, that daggone stuff is it's everywhere now, and tearing up and controlling and taking over a lot of people's lives for sure. Well, anyway, Charlie, I thought I had messed up my Flex radio over here. Of course, you know I'm running that 3K. I was talking to Ron, K4JEE, who's in Louisville, Kentucky up here. And, you know, Ron's pretty close to me, just right up in the city. And, of course, I'm down in the next county down below. But anyway, we had some lightning storms coming through. And I could tell by the lightning strike map that it was getting pretty daggone close, and I could hear the rumbling outside. So, along with the sparks that I was hearing in the receiver, I told Ron that, well, I needed to get off the air, you know. So, man, I quickly unhooked everything and flipped the switches and turned things off and everything else and unhooked the coaxials. Well, the next day when I come back to turn the Flex radio on, I could only get about half drive on the audio. And I thought, what in the world's going on? I mean, it loaded up just fine. It's just I wasn't getting any audio drive. Well, very little audio drive anyway. And as it turns out, when I was shutting off the watt meter over here, Charlie, instead of hitting the power button to turn it off, there's a peak average switch right next to it. And I don't ever hit that switch. I always leave it in the peak reading setting. And that's what I had done. Was knock that switch over into average, and that's why I wasn't seeing the drive on the audio. So, man, I had this thing tore apart. I had the radio disconnected and checking everything I could. And after a couple of hours of looking through everything, I finally figured out, well, what in the world's that switch doing in that position? And that's what it was. K4SNY, KD4UNU. KN4HH, who is yellow? Is that you, Art? Alright, N4JK. And got Bob down there as well. And Bob, I'll send it to you when it's done. You can send it to Art. Art can send it back up there to Charlie. Sound like a pretty good little round table. Well, hey, good morning, guys. Those just checking in. And yeah, Charlie, yeah, that's I was talking about the flex there. Was those problems I was having out of the flex, and it turns out my problem was switchology. It was operator error. I switched my meter from peak reading to average, and like that, I don't ever flip that switch, and I had in a hurry shutting everything down, trying to get everything disconnected. That I flipped that switch, and that was my problem. Wasn't seeing the peak reading on the watt meter over here. Now, I've got one of those. It's an Alltech WM1. They don't sell it anymore, but it was a nice meter that they had sold at one time, and I haven't run across anybody that made one just like it. But anyway, long and short of it was, I flipped that daggone switch, and that was my problem. And it took me a couple of hours to figure out what was going on. I looked in everything conceivable trying to figure out what was going on, but as it turns out, it was the operator error and had the switch in the wrong place. But hey, that's how she goes. That's how she goes. And let's see. Well, let's go ahead and run it on around and get these other guys in here. Bob, go ahead and pick it up. KN4HH from KD4UNU. Charlie, go ahead and I guess you can throw VZS in there somewhere. KD4U and U.
Okay, Dan, K4U. That's what they asked this morning. And I had that happen. Operator Eric Lewis. I think that's part of the problem. I did not understand using things after the 614 or 685 was good enough. Fortunately, I had it one put away brand new, and that's what I'm running right now. So, no use. Get a look at it. Well, you just go away and the doctor use the system. Got a couple of things in it. Oh, it's keep it. It's like a match. Large bug out of it. Put it in the thing. Leave the middle part of it. That's just one of these second part. And it's like your own taste stuff. And I am on 610. All done. I guess it's about 250. This is off the line, and then get down here and get over there. Boy, Bob, good to hear you. This sounds good. That's what you're running there. You might have gotten a podcast station or something. Well, let's start over to VZS. Dan, K4U to you. Kentucky. K4 VZS. K4S in line. Copy never goes too well. I guess that's double. We're sitting down here today with 72 degrees. Like the rain. I'm off my road trip, but over to South BJ and had a good time. Boy, I was just sitting down in the house. Whatever.
All right, thank you, Bob. Thank you. And good morning, John, down there, K4VZS, and kind of good up here to Shepherdsville, Kentucky this morning. And yeah, Art, yeah, Switchology, man, Switchology. Well, it doesn't sound like I was a Lone Ranger on that. It happens, you know. Certainly not like turning on a light switch, getting your ham gear up. If you had to come in and flip 15 switches, turn a light on, you probably just wind up leaving it turned off all the time. But anyway, hey, that's part of the fun of it, trying to figure out what you're doing wrong, you know. But not everybody can get it right all the time, I guess. Well, anyway, I found out why there's maybe part of a deficit on hand cleaner. Man, these dudes up here at the post office, they shut me out in the battery room to swap out some of these batteries in these forklifts and these little tow trucks they got moving the mail around on the floor up here. And well, I walked in and these dudes had one of those dry cell batteries plugged up to a 200 amp charger, which you're not supposed to do. You know, they've got their own little onboard charger with the battery. So immediately I went ahead and just disconnected that and got to looking around, and there was 3 55-gallon drums they had parked inside the battery charging room, and it was that 80% alcohol hand cleaner, 3 55-gallon drums. I said, somebody just really don't know what they're doing, you know. So naturally, I had to go in and I filled out one of those communication sheets to your manager up there that they needed to remove all of that alcohol out of that room in there. And his reply to me was that, well, you know, there is sufficient enough ventilation in there that it would be okay. I said, well, I said, it has nothing to do with ventilation. It has to do with fire suppression. I said, now, if this battery would have caught on fire and lit all that off, I said, the fire department would have had a heck of a time trying to put that fire out. So they went ahead and, I showed him the regulation and the whole 9 yards, and he agreed, yeah, we got to get it out of there. But I said, and by the way, I said, according to federal regs, you can only store 5 gallons at a time of flammable liquids on the property. I said, so gallons in one location, I said, I said, you probably ought to take care of that too. So I gave them something to do down there, keep them busy, keep them on their toes. So, man, if somebody don't watch them guys out there, they'll run wild down there. Anyway, everybody's sounding good. And by the way, Bob, the last deal where I got walked out the door, I immediately got a call. I think it was a couple, 3 Mondays ago. But anyway, I got a call less than 2 hours after I got to the house and said they caved and they determined that you were right. And he said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "Well, go up there and take care of things." I said, let's get all this straightened out immediately. And he did. And so I was back out to work next day, and they had me on administrative leave there for the day. So took the day off and actually got some yard work done. So I'm trying to keep them boys honest down there. I really am, and it's a tough struggle because there's so much silliness going on. Anyway, with that, Bob, back around to you there. And 4HH in the group from KD4UMU.
Good morning, gentlemen. W3MMR.
Somebody trying to... I heard no audio. Did you hear it?
Yeah, that's Perry, W3NMR.
Oh, great. Well, I should have checked to you. I wanted to say hi to you the other morning. So we'll get around to you in just a minute. 84UAM and 4HH. Dan, I'm so glad. I was going to ask you about that meeting, but I didn't know if you wanted to respond on the air or not. But I am so glad. You know, Dan, I'm so glad there's people like you. That is good to hear that. I'm really delighted that that turned out so well. And I was sure thinking about you about that. That's what I wanted to ask you next time I talk to you. But I'm sure glad that you got that squared away. Now you've got another issue there. And it sounds like they understand that issue needs to be corrected as well. So hats off to you, Dan. It's wonderful. Sure enough it is. There's Craig in there as well. All right, Perry, go ahead and make one, and when you get done, I guess send it around there to Charlie, and Charlie can pick up Red Hot Radio, Craig up there. Perry, go ahead, KD4UMU.
Yeah, good morning to you, Dan. Good morning, Bob and Craig and Charlie. And I can't hear Craig. A little too close. Bob's down at the noise, and Dan, you're the only one I'm really hearing at the moment. I'm sure I'll hear Charlie too, so just want to jump in and say good morning. I'm not going to stick around since the conditions aren't that great, but like I said, just wanted to jump in and say hello and let you guys know you're all sounding fantastic. Have a wonderful day, and yeah, like I said, good talking to you guys. Hope you all had a great Memorial Day weekend. and we're just sitting back, sipping on coffee, trying to get moving here. Got off today, so a little extended Memorial Day vacation. Down to you, Charlie. I'll say 7-3, guys. I'll listen out for a while, and you guys continue on. K4FNY in the group. 7-3, guys. W3MMR.
I messed up. It actually goes to Art, and then Art back around.
Oh, it goes to Art. My bad.
Art, go ahead and pick it up, and then you can pick up Craig up there, RHR, and then around to Charlie.
Push 400 because of the buttons. Okay, so hold this, press that. I bet you all that stuff is pretty much the same.
The microphone looks a little bit different.
Oh yeah, well I knew that was going to be, but I mean as far as the radio goes, I think they wanted more functions on the microphone in this new radio.
Alright, well I just briefly went through both of the operation manual and the manual, and nothing caught my eye that was any different.
I just feel, I'm starting to feel the FT100 were getting long in the tooth. No color display, stuff like that. It was just time for an updated look, Let me see. That was weird. Blue radio. Ernie, the 48-volt phantom supply just went wacky on this Focusrite. I started to oscillate. I had to turn the 48 volts off and on to get it to work again.
Yeah, I heard it. It made a little sound.
Yeah, it was fluttering on the unit, and maybe there's something wacky with the condenser microphone. Joe had an oddball issue yesterday on 20 meters with his 8000. It was transmitting in double sideband.
Oh, cool.
And it did it on both of his computers. Then I told him to cycle the radio off, and then it straightened out. I remember reading something on the reflector a couple of years ago about that. It has something to do with the firmware occasionally. I got the antenna fixed. That's all fixed and back going. Found you replaced the EHU in one of the elements, and then also found a short circuit in a cabling going up there. And after he was finished, I had to take it all down again and found a short and a cable and repaired that. And now everything works.
Yay!
I was just talking to him on Fusion, and its static is way too high down there, so he didn't get on this morning. That new grill worker.
Oh man, it's working great.
What I saw in a store the other day, Pam has got a Pam, the spray oil company has got a grill model.
Oh yeah, we've used that.
I guess it's canola oil or palm oil, something they put in there at high temperature. Probably motor oil.
I don't have any of that fresh out at the moment.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna try finding it. I should have tried some at the store, but spent $100 on propane at Lowe's.
Oh, man. You got your supply?
No, I bought two 15-pound bottles and, already filled so I can exchange them,
Yeah, there you go.
I always like to have two so I don't get caught halfway in the food and it runs out,
Yep.
So if I'm gonna wreck my cheeseburger, I'm gonna do it myself. Yeah, that works. And it's really nice looking too when you do that and then put it on a bun.
When you spray it with that oil and that cheese won't stick.
Yeah, there you go. And some kind of oil if it'll do that.
Or make a Juicy Lucy, Frank.
What's that?
Put the cheese on the inside.
Yeah.
I've tried that a few times. It's more difficult than it sounds.
I did that I made one time a bunch of burgers. I made the burgers myself with blue cheese in the middle. Boy, were they good.
Yeah.
Frank, you can use Mobile One. That'll work too.
Yeah, there you go. Have a very high burning temperature.
That's right.
Easy for Jill.
SDR. I think you mentioned this before, Ernie. I was on a number of contacts yesterday on 17 and 20, and it's astounding the amount of hams today that never identify.
I even hear it on the repeaters over here. Yeah, there's no OOs anymore.
Right now.
Repeaters, they identify way too much. Not over here. I thought they had a replacement for an OO. Have you seen one yet? No, but I thought they were coming up with something for it. They haven't replaced our OO. What do you got? What? Wasn't ready.
I know in Fusion you don't have to identify because of the way it's set up if you're on a digital room, but it's always in the forefront of my mind to be identifying. It's hard, at least for me, not to identify. So I would think these folks that aren't identifying, it's got to be at the forefront of their mind the whole time they're having QSOs. Well, no, but Tony, you're right, Ernie. I mean, essentially, according to Yesu, anyway, I don't know, I guess they checked that if you're if you're analog or anything like that, you do have to identify. Okay. Well, if you're all digital, you don't have to identify because what it does is, Tony, it falls under the heading of like slow scan TV. Okay, because on slow scan TV, you're displaying your ID on video, so you don't have to see it. It's the same thing on Fusion. Exactly, and of course you can't do that if you're analog. Well, that's the stipulation there.
It's just in the header.
Exactly, because you're typing it in. You enter your call sign, but it's being displayed everywhere, and so it's like video IDing essentially.
Well, and of course there's the odd situation where someone comes up and they got some goofy display coming across the radio.
Yeah, you're free to do that, but it's like you're free to say anything on the air like now. It doesn't, but it's not a valid ID unless you say your call letters, and no matter what you enter in alphanumerically on a fusion radio, it's not an ID. So you would have to audibly ID if you put a stupid thing in your header.
Yeah, well, I'm not necessarily saying it's stupid, but some people have, I don't know, whatever it is they have, and they'll have like 400 SDRs come up or something like that.
I guess I should have said stupid, but I've seen other things on there that were other than models of radios, so people get creative. But if they get creative like that, then they have to just verbally identify, that's all.
Open protocol?
Yes, it is, yep.
Because I know people that definitely that would be considered
No, it's not. It's part of the data stream, okay? I don't know all the technicalities, but of course you've got half of the bandwidth is audio and the other half is data. What goes into the data half. Now, it's open source, it's open protocol because that's why you can use hotspots and stuff with it, That's the whole idea. Well, it's some sort of you're right there, Stephen, that it is some sort of a gray area. But people, it comes up all the time, and that's Yesu's stance on it, that it's like slow scan. So it's there, and you can pick it out if you wanted to.
Because I know some DMR stuff can send an ID or send a message, but that's not legal as far as the ID.
The DMR, it's not legal on DMR. I don't. This is getting beyond me, Steve. But there's reasons why it's not okay there and okay on Yesu, and I can't recall. That's it. You've hit the nail on the head, Ernie.
Okay, so if that's the case, I think use PSTN over there because that does send the right everything you want over those messages.
That sounds right.
QST-W4KR is terminating transmissions until the pancakes are done.
Oh boy. Sounds good.
Yeah, see you in a while.
I don't know. I think if you've been a ham a long time, at least for me anyway, it's a conscious effort not to ID. I mean, after being a ham for 53 years, it's just too weird being on the radio and not saying your call letters.
Well, if you've been a ham that long, you need to ID, everybody knows it.
Oh, yeah, you got a good point there. W2 SDR. All right, guys, I want to get ready for work. I'll catch you guys later. W2 SDR. Yeah, well.
You going to shelter?
Yeah, it's shelter day this morning.
Okay. That's all the taxing on the ears for me.
All right, I could get to their ears because of they all have masks on. And kitty masks, yep. I got some pictures here from Facebook. It's just cats really hate humans now because they're passing this virus around.
housing. Okay, there's no other modifications in the car? No. Okay. Key force key. I'll see your picture of mine later on, and you can see what I'm doing. It doesn't seem to be putting a lot of pressure. Maybe get the valve back. Trying to get the flow going towards the nozzle. I don't know. I will. I'll be back. More coffee. Don't be full of it. Oh, gee. I don't know. I hope the contractor show up. They're doing the backyard. They're landscaping. No, nothing like that. Retaining wall, cobblestone patio. They already did the bricks. It looks really nice. I'm going to put pictures up when it's done. Yeah, the bricklayers, they were, XCs. All bricklayers. He understands cursing? They don't teach cursive in school anymore.
Here in Cayuga County, they're bringing it back.